Okay, sure, sir.
Remove the dot.
Yes. JIPMER.
Fine. Yeah, sorry. I got a selfie.
Sarita, can we அவங்க எடுத்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் பின்னாடி அவங்க Can we start, sir? Going to go live. Are you all ready? Live walk. So I'm going to start the walk. Can we start? Apriya. Want to go inside? Okay. Okay. Just start. Yeah. But it's very sunny. Okay.
வெளியில போலாம் வெளியில போலாமா
You are photographer?
YouTube live, ma'am.
Oh, YouTube live? Very nice. For JIPMER. Yes. Stand 1 minute and then move. Batch of 1998, Silver Jubilee batch of 1998, and Golden Jubilee batch of 1973 are taking a procession from the admin block to the SSB. So we start our day today.
Need we say more? Joel, join. So either you take mute.
Yes.
JIPMER 98.
I thought what more you have to take 2 more people.
They want to keep the gap, 25 years gap. 25 years.
The gas.
But I'm going to phone.
American family.
बिजली
I don't expect anything. I think we should be.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Before that, before that, that's why.
Keep it pray. Keep it pray. Match at 1973. Thanks.
One person is missing. Alumni was saying that. Thank you.
கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்ச நேரம் மட்டும் இங்க புடிச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஒரு 2 minutes புடிச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன். வரவங்களுக்கு
the Golden Jubilee Badge, and 1998 Silver Jubilee Badge, distinguished faculty members, and honored guests. A warm and heartful welcome to this momentous occasion, where the past and present coverage converge in celebration of the remarkable journey you have undertaken since your time at JIPMER. We gather here today You also recorded here? The 1973 Golden Jubilee Badge and the 1990Now I'd like to request Dr. Lata Chaturvedula to accompany our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Nalini Parthasarathy, onto the stage.
தண்ணி ஊத்திட்டு இருக்கு ஜாடியில இருந்து தண்ணி ஊத்திட்டு
Once again, a warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. I'd like to invite the Secretary of the JIPMER Alumni Association, Dr. Sheila, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, all. I'll make it very short and we need to finish our time. I'd like to welcome all for this alumni get together 2023. I'd like to welcome first Dr. Nalini, who is our Chief Guest for the occasion, Captain of Alumni Association, Director of Rakesh Garwal, all senior alumni members. It really matters to us when you come here and inspire all the young guns here. And President Dr. Lata, all faculty and guest students, and the batches is made very special. The Golden Jubilee Batch 1973, special thanks to all the leaders. You have showed a really great way how to do it this time. We are really happy for it. And 1998 batch, maximum attendance for the Silver Jubilee batch. And a lot of 75, 43 could make it. Really, I really about it. See, they work with my batch. So, I will just, I will conclude. I will just look at that. Please,
Very good morning, one and all. I have not prepared the speech, but I'm just going to talk offhand. So I live and meet is there. I first of all welcome our very, very beloved teacher, Padma Shri Dr. Nalini, and I think it's a really a very proud moment for JIPMER. Ma'am, it's really, really lovely to have you here this morning. Thank you for accepting the invitation to this morning. Ma'am belongs to batch of 1953, that is 60 years of her alumni. So again, warm welcome, ma'am. Good morning. I welcome our director. In spite of his busy schedule, the president coming tomorrow, president of the country coming tomorrow, is still accepted to be here and talk to all our students and alumni members. Thank you, sir, again for accepting this invitation. And of course, very proud moment for me to welcome all my teachers who are both alumni members and also teachers who have taught us. And I think all of us are here today in this position, all thanks to them. Without them, I don't think any of us would have been here. Thank you all. I hope you I again welcome back of 1973, the Golden Jubilee batch. I think this is the first time ever that beautiful thought of, walking from admin block to this auditorium. It's a real beautiful thing with a golden overall and batch of 1998 with the silver overall. It was really, really beautiful. Welcome all of you. Though I don't know most of them in 1973, I just met them. It was so nice, warm, and sure it's warm to come back to JIPMER for all of you. And it's nice to see so many of you here still. And my dear loving students who are batch of 98, 98. I'm quite proud to say that they were students because this was almost the first batch after I joined as faculty whom I've taken classes. Welcome back, and we had a very beautiful time yesterday. And I think we have maximum number of students in this batch as faculty here, almost 10 of them, right, Khalid? So welcome all of you and all the other undergraduate students. As Sriraj said, we learn from our alumni members, we learn from our teachers. So it's nice to see all of you in good numbers and welcome all once again, and Srirag and Hema and all the other team members of the executive committee who've been putting in a lot of hard work. Welcome all of you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your warm and welcoming words. They really evoke a sense of nostalgia. I'd like to invite our director, Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Nalini. Alumni, particularly those of the 1973 and 1998 batches. Officers of the Alumni Association, students. I have a reaction store with Lata. If she thinks that the President of India coming is more important than this function, of course not. We are a fraternity, we are a family. How can that be lost? I haven't prepared what I'm going to talk about. I'll try and talk about how the institute is doing, how the institute has been doing the last few years, and maybe a little bit of some directions that we are going in. It's very heartening to see so many alumni here. We haven't seen that in the last few years, and the reason is obvious. The world was passing through a very difficult phase, and the last 2 or 3 years we could not have so many alumni coming. Yes, there were people who decided not on this day but to come in between once the pandemic started to abate. So we've had alumni visit in small groups, but this is a really big gathering, and I think, and I must be grateful to all of you for making it to this day, because it's an important day in the calendar of the institute, and it's very heartening to see so many people here to be amidst you. The institute continues to do well. Actually, in the last few years, we have possibly had some indicators to show that we are going upwards. Those of you who are abroad may not know about something called as a NIRF, or National Institutional Ranking Framework. It's a system set up in the country by the Government of India to rank all educational institutions. There is an overall ranking system, and then there is a ranking system for universities in different streams. In the medical institutions that are universities by themselves, we used to be ranked 8th till about 2 years ago, and that's a position that we had been static for a few years. Last year we moved up to Last year we moved to 6th, and this year we moved up to 5th. We need to remember that of the first 4 institutions that are above us, there are at least 2 that do not have an MBBS program. Similarly, there are other ranking systems. Popular magazine India Today has a ranking system that they publish rankings every year. We used to be number 4, and now we have moved to number 2, behind that extent, I think the faculty has really worked hard to see that we move upwards in rankings that are based on some standardized criteria. Of course, we could dispute those criteria, but that's one. If we look at universities overall, which includes technological universities, universities in general, medical universities, we used to be 54 till about 2 years ago, and we moved up to 39.
So that again is. In terms of the annual calendar, it virtually continues unchanged. We haven't added anything, we haven't changed anything. That's a part of remaining with the tradition, and we don't want to depart too much from tradition, so that's what continues. We had our annual sports day yesterday, when like Thursday taking from the race that students made the run. So I think we continue to have those festivities, and next month we are looking forward to Spandan, which is the annual student function, which by that name or by another name, each of you would have participated in while you were here. Yes, the campus has become very crowded, but especially for those of you who come after several years, but we haven't added as much in the last 3 to 4 years as we added possibly before that. We have a new cancer building coming up behind what everybody recognizes as the regional cancer center building. Behind that, a large building is coming up, and that's going to be functional early next year, if not by the end of this year. However, we have expanded in terms of campuses. We have another campus, 130 kilometers south at Kraikal, where we started a college. You can call it a satellite college if you wish to. And we take 62 MBBS students there every year. But we didn't have our own campus. We were in rented buildings, and our academic building is just getting ready, and we are getting ready to have it inaugurated. And it appears that the Honorable Prime Minister of India will inaugurate it, but maybe in a month or two. Hospital had not been planned in the first place. With COVID, there was obviously a lull, but about a week ago, we got the government's approval to make a 500-bedded hospital in Kraikal to go with that college, and that's going to be construction that's going to start most likely in end of September, early October. What else do I need to talk about? With these batches, I have several cases familiar. Dr. Bhattacharya is, of course, family. I've known him from the time that he was an MD student and I was an MBBS student from Indian Institute. And then we had a long time together at SDPGA. So we are very close friends, and there are many others, Dr. Sundar Raman, many others whom I am familiar with, who I have met. So a special welcome to those of you. 98 batch. I am familiar with many who are in the faculty, but with others possibly not. So because I belong to a much older generation, so that's possibly the reason, but I'm sure they are doing well in their careers. So finally, this is my last year here. So unlikely that some of you come next year or the year after that you would see me here, but it's been a very nice experience being at this institution, about which I had heard from several friends and colleagues who had trained here, who had worked there, and it's been really wonderful to have spent already 4.5 years and hopefully another 5 months there. That. And I will possibly visit someday at a function somewhat like this as an associate librarian. That's it, not as a librarian. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's fine. I believe this. Right.
Recording in progress.
Oh, there you go.
Now I'd like to call the event coordinators for today, Dr. Bharatan from the batch of 1973 and Dr. Vikas Menon from the batch of 1998 on the stage.
And so much.
Now I'd like to request our pediatrics professor and head of department as well as an alumni from the batch of 1993, Dr. Narayanan and Dr. Ali Sivam, the pediatrics professor, to introduce Dr. Nalini.
Yeah.
Very good morning to my respected teachers, seniors of JIPMER, colleagues, juniors, my dear students. It's really an honor and privilege for me to introduce Chemistry Professor P. Nalini, my beloved teacher today. You know that I need a lot of courage and maybe it's a foolish for me to try to introduce Madam to this crowd who's the alumni of JIPMER, who maybe knowing her more than myself. But for those of you who didn't have the opportunity to work with her personally, and for the junior students who are here today, I thought I'll give a formal introduction, very short one, to lack of time. But if you see Madam's CV runs to what is being better with me right now. You read the whole CV, it may take half an hour or so. That shows Madam's achievements during her professional career. Most of us know Madam from our work in the Hemophilia Society. Having a glittering career in JIPMER, along with starting something like Hemophilia Society, is something which is mind-boggling. Some of us was trying to start anything new in the government center. Be a small clinic or a small facility for patients, especially free of cost. You know the challenges it had. Doing it and taking it to this height, along with her other commitments in JIPMER is really mind-blowing. For today's introduction, I will, since the Hemophilia Society work is well known, I would like to concentrate on what Madam's work in JIPMER. He joined JIPMER as an MBBS student in 1963, that is 3 years back. 10 years before I was born. And he has spent 40 years in JIPMER in the year 2003 when she taken voluntary retirement and left us. During this 40 years, she has gone through the usual German MBBS, DCH, MD pediatrics, joined as lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, unit chief, director professor. So during this period, she has done tremendous amount of work, which is I was fortunate to witness for at least 1 decade. He has started the pediatric intensive care unit in JIPMER, which currently I have the opportunity to head. The credit, the ICU, the way the ICU is now done, and it is one of the 3 pioneering ICUs running a pediatric program in the India. The credit goes to Madam for sure. Madam also is started, the pediatric advanced life support course. That is one of the important courses these are running in. When he came to JIPMER, came to India, Madam was one of the pioneering members initiated the program. This Madam, during the 8 years of this, around 1 decade, Madam has done more than 100 courses throughout the country. We, at our age right now, we find it difficult to hold more than 2 courses in a year. Busy schedule, so-called busy schedule. It's I really wonder how Madam has the energy and the commitment to connect more than 100 courses during that. And I went to know how Madam student for the past course. The passion and commitment and the enthusiasm and the energy with which he conducts those courses is really inspiring and infectious. Madam was the first person from JIPMER to get honored with the fellowship in Indian Academic Pediatrics. So, in addition to that, some of the things that she has done, which we are not aware, many of us are not aware, is she was one of the first initiatives we made in charge of our central library. And she has done tremendous changes in the library, well organized it well, and most of the credit, the way the library is right now shaped goes to Madam. I'm sure most of us are not aware of this. My personal, the event is not over unless I talk about few of my personal encounters with Madam. I joined 1993 in JIPMER, and we attended classes in pediatrics during 1995 and 96 times. The classes which we remember are very few from the breastfeeding classes by Dr. Srinivasan, the protein and malnutrition classes by Dr. Mahadevan, and Dr. Nalini's classes. I still remember the Madam's classes on pneumonia, pneumonia and all that. What struck us as students was the passion at which he takes us class. It elevates, we feel like such a patient comes, we should treat them well, and we have full confidence to treat the patients. Subsequently, when I joined the postgraduate in the same department in 1999, we have 2 units. So half of my residency I spent with Madam. Madam was one of the units. 2 qualities of Madam's as practice throughout our career. First one is her commitment to patient care. I don't see, if at all we have some, we see our patients well and we are committed to patient care. More than 90% of the credit goes to people like Madam and Dr. Mahadevan. So, patients, the way she sees patients, the way she talks to them, the way they can approach her. She was the director of the unit chief. Any grandmother or any patient that comes, can walk into her anytime and give her the complaint. She will personally listen to them, she will go to the website and she will call us and instruct us to do what is needed. And we have grown by much. Second aspect is the way she takes care of her residents. she used to treat, she used to treat us like her own children. She scolded us for sure, like any other mother. The patient care, if you have any something you have done, she scold us. In front of the patient, she should come back. But that's it. After a few minutes, everything is forgotten. Evening, she will be taking us for tea. She is motherly to us, especially for the girls, in those matters. She's like mother figure. It takes extra attention to them, make sure they feel comfortable. So we also, if I treat my residents well, 90% of that I learned from the way madam was treating us. Some of us who have been unfortunately unwell during our residency, the way she used to come and see us when we are admitted, morning, evening, and make sure that you have got food and keep scolding us for not taking precautions. It's like typically like a mother. So I can forget all that. And after she left us in the year 2003, she continues to inspire us. Any small function of department, we call her, she is there. And she, I'm sure that, madam, I hope that you continue to inspire us in the future and stay healthy and same as always. I'm proud to present madam as a privilege and to introduce her to the police gathering. We are very happy and privileged, madam.
Thank you, sir, for that heartfelt speech. Definitely, ma'am, you are an inspiration to all of us. Now, we would like to present our chief guest, Nalini ma'am. First, I'd like to request our director, Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, to present the memento to Dr. Nalini ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to request the senior most alumni present in our group, Dr. Asha, to present a check of rupees 50,000 to Dr. Nalini ma'am from the JIPMER. Now we would like to request our previous director, Dr. Parisa, to present another memento and a shawl to Dr. Nalini. Now I'd like to request Nalini ma'am to share a few words with us.
Good morning, everybody. All the dignitaries and the days, and all the big people sitting in the alumni holding big post, vice chancellor and other posts. I don't want to name individually, everybody, and the alumni. So JIPMER, the two batches of alumni of JIPMER. Most important is, I find the students here. Thanks, Lata, for bringing all the students and interns, because on a Sunday, I have to thank them for being here on time and then representing JIPMER. Thank you very much for all of you. For giving me large numbers. The auditorium is almost full. And I also thank the JIPMER Pensioners Association members who are present here. They wanted to come for this occasion. I took permission, special permission for our Hemophilia Society members and JIPMER Pensioners Association members to be present here. Thank you all for coming here. It's a proud moment for me to stand here before you. JIPMER is JIPMER. I salute and bow my head before my alma mater. The bonding JIPMER holds has been for ages. We have got a senior WhatsApp where a 90-year-old person runs the WhatsApp for JIPMER seniors, Mr. Krishna Swami, who was a press manager. We have got hundreds of people who have worked in JIPMER, who are faculty of JIPMER or members of that. So you can see the amount of, you will not realize, especially students and interns will not realize the importance of this name JIPMER. It holds magic wherever you go. I may not have taken classes for people. I might not have even met you because I retired long ago. But the moment you say you're from JIPMER, there are people to assist you. They come and see you. They say, madam, we belong to JIPMER. That is the magic JIPMER holds. That is the alumni of JIPMER. And I'm thankful to all the training I've had from JIPMER. I've been 60 years. It's been 60 years since I joined JIPMER. When I joined, it was Medical College, Pondicherry. Our hostel was in town. Only Harvey House was here. And only anatomy and physiology departments were here. The rest of the departments were all in town. And our the present assembly was our college. The boys from here used to come on cycle to attend class. My classmates used to come on cycle. Those days we had also the first year of basic physics, biology, English, and also French. So we have to attend all those classes from 8 o'clock. So everybody used to come on cycle, it was it was just wonderful from those days when JIPMER was inaugurated. The name JIPMER was given by Radhakrishnan. I still remember the date, and it was inaugurated, the building was inaugurated, then we all shifted in, and how we have expanded now is unimaginable. The way we have expanded, the way things have come up is just, when I think of it, I think with all the amount, but still the training given in JIPMER will always hold you good all throughout your life. The training by the faculty, the training given to you, the staff and the students is important. You will realize that as you grow older and as you go out of this institution and work elsewhere, you will find that the bonding of JIPMER is so great. I learned, we didn't have ethics classes. We didn't have many things, but we learned, whatever we learned was from our teachers. Our teachers have been so kind. I always used to observe my teachers approaching patients. Especially I remember the medicine professor, Dr. Kupachi Krishnamurthy, whom anybody could approach anytime, even later, he'll be in his room. You can, if you have any emergency and you are on duty, you can just run to his room and call him and do it. That is the simplicity with which, and the other professor, I always remember with great respect, is Dr. Chandrasekhar, who's here but is unable to attend this function because of his ailments. He was a professor of medicine. The amount he has taught us, the approach to patients is what was most important. I always used to observe it. The other person was, I always remember after I took up pediatrics, was Professor Balakrishnan, who was a famous writer. He was the brother of the Nobel laureate, Dr. Chandrasekhar. The way he used to approach children, the way he used to talk to the mothers, how to hold the baby. I still remember how he demonstrated to the mother how to hold twins. I still remember that these things are all important as students, how we approach patients. Knowledge we can always gain. Everything is available in the net these days, we can always gain. But patient care is very important because they are the prime people to whom we are all indebted to. And never forget this. And this is the lesson I learned from JIPMER and from all the JIPMER faculty. Coming to my area of interest, that is hemophilia. How did I get interested? Everybody keeps asking. I do not know. Most patients used to come to me, they used to cry because not much was available those days. Somehow I managed to, but with the support of JIPMER only, I'm still able to manage these patients. Serious patients are all managed here. So the first thing is I thank all the directors who have been supportive, right from Dr. Samasivara, who gave me a permission to. There used to be never a society, individual society in JIPMER, you could never start. He gave me the permission to start a society for the welfare of the patients. So hemophilia society was started in JIPMER for the welfare of the patients, to get factor for them with the permission, official permission of Director Dr. Samasivara. He was a great support. Somebody went and told him, Dr. Nalini is doing private practice. Then he just smiled and said, no, she has got my official permission to see hemophilia patients. That's what he told me. So many people thought, because I was doing this in addition to whatever the routine work we have got. I was also in charge of the library, central library those days. So I was doing, in addition to everything, I used to do the hemophilia work. That is what all the faculty, all the departments have cooperated with me, and all, especially pediatrics department, medicine department, department of pathology, and the lab, the coagulation lab was set up. And everybody cooperated. The blood bank, everybody cooperated. That's how I have come to this level. Even now, I got the support of JIPMER. for looking after these patients. I cannot do it alone. A swallow does not make summer. It is only the group of swallows which will make summer. So I have got a whole lot of people, and then I got the public support. It's a purely voluntary organization. For 10 years, I worked in JIPMER with these patients. Then I realized they also need other support. The family needs support. They also need educational support. So with that, being in JIPMER, it is not possible as a government servant to make money and to collect money for these people. So I took a voluntary retirement. And then, thanks to the present Chief Minister of Pondicherry, who was also the Chief Minister at that time, we just went and approached him, told him what is hemophilia and all that. He promised us that he will get us a small center, and that's how we got the center in 1995. The center was inaugurated with the Indian Oil Corporation's CSR. We got the building, and from then on, we started registering patients and then helping them out. We have got now 300 odd patients. In fact, some hemophiliacs are studying in JIPMER. We will not know. I know a boy with a handicap has got an admission in first ambulance. He is a severe hemophiliac. We have promised to help all the patients. The students who come to even the university, Pondicherry University. Immediately there is a call for me from the concerned center, maybe Lucknow, maybe somewhere Kanpur. They ask me, can you help these patients? We have helped. Many of them we have helped, they've all passed out and gone. They are all still thankful to us. So we help whoever comes. We are able to help them to whatever the extent we are able to do. Previously, factor was not available. The blood bank was greatly supportive. I remember the late Dr. Subaya, who was in charge of the blood bank, was being greatly helpful to me in supplying plasma. I can tell you, not one patient turned out to be HIV positive with our plasma screening, with our blood screening. So I was thankful that we have got all the patients, and then now we are going on. Work is something, in JIPMER we do work without much noise. I go on with my work without much noise. I'm not used to publicity. I'm not used to, if I want something, I directly go to the person. Mine is the direct approach. I went to the director and told him I want so and so. He has been very kind to me. Same way the various departments. Same way even in public or to the government. I directly go and approach them and tell them we need this. Please do it for us. As far as possible, they do it. So this has been the direct approach. So yesterday, I don't want to talk long. Yesterday, this partnership came as a surprise to me. In fact, in February, early February, or end of January, we had a 60-year, our batch meet. 60-year, some 15, 20 people had come from all over. We also met the director. After that, this came as a surprise on the 24th or 25th of on the 25th of the month. It came as a blast to me because there was so much of media publicity. People started calling me, asking me for this and that and all. I was so awestruck the whole night. I didn't think there would be so much of publicity. Still, that publicity doesn't suit me. Though I call here and there, it doesn't suit me. I would like to continue my work quietly as long as possible. And I know there are people in my society who will this purely independent society run with personal funds and also from donations. That's where we got the donation now today. Thank you very much, Dr. Lata, for you can give you an online number also. If you want, you can always transfer to us. We are very happy to receive, and we use it for patients. We use it for only for patient care, for nothing else. And thank you very much for inviting me. Yesterday, some of the students were asking, what is your lesson for us, madam? So I just got a quote today. Life is not easy. It's hard to win. You must get tough. Then we pain, ups and downs, disappointments, name calling, failures. All this I've had. Name calling, all failures. Sometimes you will make mistakes, People will doubt and laugh at you. Life itself will throw heavy punches at you. Do not back down. Don't give in. Don't quit your dream. Don't quit. Never. Just stay focused. Accept nothing but victory. If life is hard, then do it the hard way. No going back. Only go forward. Continue. Till you finish, till you settle down. And whatever you like, continue doing it. You would love it and you would definitely succeed. Never go back. Always you would succeed. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I speak for all students when I say that we look forward to upholding those values and ideals we have espoused not through your words, but throughout your brilliant career. Thank you, ma'am. We move on to the next segment of today's program. In continuance of a long time honored tradition, the Literary and Debating Committee is proud to bring out the 8th edition of the annual JIPMER magazine, Montage. I'd like to invite the co-editor for this edition, Sayam, from the batch of CK19, to introduce the iteration of Montage.
Very good morning to all present here. Our director, Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, and Padma Shri Dr. Sandeep for great presentation. And all esteemed alumni, experts, our faculty and students present here today. I'm Sairam from the batch of 2019 MBBS, and I'm also the co-editor of the JIPMER magazine called Montage. And it gives me great pleasure to be here today and release the magazine with such a large audience. The JIPMER magazine is an annual undertaking by the Literary and Debating Committee of JIPMER. And we've been doing it for 57 years now. This is the 8th edition that we're publishing this year. Every year we receive beautiful pieces of prose, poetry, artwork and photography. And it is our pleasure to bring that out in a beautiful form, in the form of montage. Each edition is eagerly awaited by alumni, faculty, and students alike. In fact, this year we also have an interview with Padma Shri Dr. Nalini, and we hope that you will be able to read that. And ma'am has given us many insights on the life at JIPMER and her work in the Hemophilia Society. Montage is traditionally released at the alumni meet, and we would like to continue that tradition this year. This edition is called Yugen, which is a Japanese word meaning the subtle beauty of nature. And I believe that we need to really appreciate the beauty that life has to offer to us. And through this edition, we hope that we have received some very beautiful pieces and a lot of insights at JIPMER, life at JIPMER. And we hope that our alumni can relive their experiences at JIPMER through fresh eyes and compare and contrast their undergraduate experiences. And so, without much further ado, I would like to release Yugen, the 8th edition of Montage. Thank you.
We'd like to move on to the prize distribution. I think it's one of the most awaited parts for the students here. We have the annual JIPMER Alumni Association prizes. I'd like to invite Dr. Kumari, Professor and Head of the Department of Physiology, to introduce the prizes.
Good morning to you all. On behalf of Bank 1987, I'm happy to announce the winners of the JIPMER 1987 Batch Endowment Trust Award for the year 2023. This is the 10th year of award presentation to the overall academic numbers of first, second, third, and final year part 1 and final year part 2 exams held in the previous year, 2022. This award comprises of a certificate of recognition and a cash prize and a check of rupees 10,000. Now I request the dignitaries of the DAS to jointly present the award of JIPMER 1987 Batch Endowment Trust Award for this year's winners. So now I call upon the winners. For first year MBBS, the award goes to Mr. Praveen 11. For second MBBS, the business Vivita R.
This side, this side.
For final year's part 1, Ms. Harita. For final year part 2, Ms. Bhavishri Kollam. I take this opportunity and immensely thank our the Academy, Dr. Vikram Kate and his team for helping us in selecting the students for this award for the endeavor. I sincerely thank our director, Dr. Nalini Madam. It's a pride moment for all of us and for the student who received the award from Madam. I thank the Alumni Association President and the Secretary. My hearty congratulations to all the winners of the JA Award, this prestigious award of this year. Thank you.
Yeah, please for all the students. We are in the next please stage again. Come far. The JIPMER Alumni Association has also instituted the Dr. Geeta Rajagopalan Prize for the best overall individual performer in fine arts and culture. And we're proud to present this prize to Ms. Ilamati Veeramathu from the batch of 2019.
Talk about Dr. Geeta Rajagopalan. She was a great person, very interested in music, interested in students. Students were there, the art, dance, music, everything. And then she was always interested in students.
And finally, we have the award for the best research publication in undergraduation from the batch of 1992. This award goes to Ms. Srimati from the batch of 2019.
What was your publication?
Once again, congratulations to all the winners. Now I'd like to request the Secretary of the JA, Dr. Sira, for the vote of thanks.
First of all, I'd like to thank Chief Guest, Professor Nalini, Director, Patron Association, all senior members, respected teachers, colleagues, and dear students for whom we are actually working here for. I need to thank the students association for helping me out. Because 4 or 5 days back, I was just thinking, how am I going to do it? But I think I need to answer the names. Arjun, Sai, Anurag, so all of you have helped a lot. Everything goes of this. And with my partner Hema and my teacher, Hema is not our finance value. We are actually working hard to get FCRA clearance. We have been finding it very difficult to get clearance because last so many years we have so many issues with the registration. So we have really working on it. Hopefully by next year at least we'll get it clear. I need to thank Dr. Bala for giving us such crucial advice at the right time for how to conduct the program, how to get the FCRA clearance, how to clear all the accounts, how to get registration redone for our Alumni Association. So I think with this, I'll conclude my thank you note. We would like to start the academic program, and I think I would like to say that director, special thanks to director who sitting in tomorrow, President is listening us. It's a really busy schedule. He has really come here and helped us and supported us, and he has really appreciated the donations done by Alumni, work done by Alumni. I really want to thank you, sir. With this, I'll stop the acting. We will go on to the academic session. Okay, thank you.
Once again, thanks to all the dignitaries. We'll be starting with the academic session shortly.
Very before little stretching.
We can have e-break now, please. E-break will join back in 15 minutes. I will request all the
All good. That is important.
मुझे feedback देना तो अच्छा है Excuse me. Come on,
Once again, greetings everyone. We'll be starting with the academic session now. First, we'll be starting with the speakers from the 1973 Golden Jubilee batch. So for that, I'd like to call upon Dr. Vijay Lakshmi to introduce Dr. Ramachandran. I request Dr. Vijay Lakshmi to please come on to the stage.
So I am Dr. Vijay Lakshmi from the batch of 73. Right now, I'm in Chicago for last 45 years. I've been given the task of introducing a brilliant gentleman, Dr. Ramachandran. I have known Dr. Ramachandran since 1973. Brilliant person, we called him, I didn't know what his first name was because we called it magic. He did all the tricks, magic tricks, so he went by the name Magic for the longest time. He was very active in all the social activities in the school in our medical college. And after he graduated, January 1980, he went to join the CGHS in New Delhi. He was posted in VVIP emergency unit there. He did diploma in PMR from Madras Medical College. He was CMO in the rehab medicine in Sutherland Hospital, and he practiced as a PMR specialist till 2003. He took an early retirement after that and then went into a private practice, but he continued as the chairman membership committee of the IAPMR. Along with him being such a brilliant person, he's spiritual. He visited us in Chicago, and I was amazed that in the temple, he was able to do the Rudra Abhishekam without having any book in his hand, and he ran the whole service for 1.5 hours. And everybody was amazed that he's a physician, brilliant one, and is able to do that. Thank you so much. That is Ramachandran.
I'd like to request Dr. Venugopal, Assistant Professor of Geriatric Medicine, and Dr. Naveen, Professor of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, to please share the session.
A very good afternoon. With the chairperson of the session will be my students and all the seniors here whom I salute. We are from the 1973 batch, Golden Jubilee 2023, and see we are still around. So that's it. This is our last photo. So this is our last photo taken in the year 1974. These are our batchmates. The first row, unfortunately, till we Sammy, they are no longer with us. So we are the people who are rest of us, about 21 of us are here. And about 30 people have lost the photo. We don't know where the friends are. Now you see, I'm going to show you some pictures. Pictures are black and white. That's me playing the tabla, the Congo in one of those cultural functions. That's friend Sukumar who's in Michigan somewhere. He was left-handed, he was called Gary Sober. And then we, at the fact that we can keep and let you know, you can see that we didn't have any kids and all that. Whatever had, used to tie it. This is us at the usual place, Mahabalipuram and Vivekananda Rock. And on chilling out on the terrace of the hostel. Now, my friends are here, so if you can, please recognize. We did everything. And life was colorful. We had professors who would take rounds smoking their pipes. It was not considered an offense, you could be arrested and jailed. We also have been dragged by some of the seniors who are in this hall, we used to enjoy it, even that was not considered an offense. 50 years and everything changes. But what has not changed is our basic feeling. There were 6 ladies in our batch. And if I want to talk about women power, and we were very actually the boys kept to themselves, girls kept to themselves, except when we had to meet and for those class functions, the inter-class competitions. Me, I used to be called as magic because just to escape ragging, I became a magician and I started showing tricks at the hospital. And then they said, can you do it on stage? And I have my roommate, Suresh, can you stand up 1 minute? He was my accomplice. After time, I used to do the tricks. He used to know exactly what it was. And he used to be, like helping me out. I finished internship in January 80. Went to CHS as a GDMO, and then I was posted in VVIP medical unit. I worked for Rajiv Gandhi, VP Singh, Chandrasekhar, and Narasimha Rao. Went back to CHS, did my diploma in PMR and MMC. I was CMO in the rehab department of Bardhaman Medical College and suffering heart failure for 4 years. And then now I am practicing as a PMR specialist. I've been chairman of the membership committee of the Indian Association of Physical Mental Rehabilitation for about 6-7 years. Now, I'm going to talk about geriatric rehabilitation. Life expectancy in 1973 was 49.5 and today it is 70. 20 years we have added in the last 50 years. Medicine in 73 and 2023 are totally different. Human being has not changed. Longevity adding years to life. A lot of people are here doing robotic surgery, tackling things that could not be tackled in those days. They are adding years to life, aging being a natural condition and not a disease. It will happen to each every one of us if they are privileged. Accommodation to the irreversible changes and prevention of disability is the goal of the PMR specialist and those who specialize in geriatric medicine. So restoration of function, this is the key word. Use it or lose it. So many people come here, they are coming here, so that gives them the activity. Quality of life of the super senior citizens is a matter of concern. Now, physical medicine rehabilitation, the new kid on the block, apparently, but actually has been around for 50 years. And it was considered made an essential subject as far as NMC was concerned But no, recently they again reversed that. It is the need of the hour and the need of the future. It is known as physiology or rehabilitation medicine. And the aim is to restore and enhance functional ability and quality of life because you have impairment affecting the brain, spinal cord, nerves, bones, joints, and the plan of physician completing its post MBBS training, either an MD, DNB, or diploma, is considered as a PMR specialist. Now, the terminology and meaning, you can look up, so I'm not going to take too much of time. I would like to say that rehabilitation means to make able. So the idea is to assess the available potential, improve it to the maximum with different modalities. It could be like, I think people saw me walking with a, walking stick. I actually just sprained my leg and I started using it because I knew that 3 days are going to be very stressful walking around. And I knew because of a PMR specialist exactly how to use the cane. So this is also an important aspect of things. The WHO fact sheet says that rehabilitation is an essential part of universal health coverage, along with promotion of good health, prevention of disease, and treatment. It helps a child, adult, or the older person to be independent, enables them to participate in all the activity. Globally, almost 1 billion people may need sustainable development goals, ensure health, lives, promote well-being for all at all ages. So, the modes, either physical exercise, improvement, strength, or balance, in person with stroke or Parkinson, modifying an older person's home to improve safety, independence, and reduce the risk of falls. Educating a person with having exactly how much to preparing a person with amputation to use the Parkinson, prescribing medicine to reduce fracture, person with cerebral palsy. Social skills for people with autism spectrum disorders and intellectual disability is a huge specialty, and each and every other specialist can refer patients to PMR. We have in JIPMER, a full department and a full-time professor in it, and he's going to get a couple of more people to assist him. So, what are the changes of our body as it ages? Loss of lean tissue, muscle mass, and hormone mineral. Post-clinical changes that diagram below is self-explanatory. Increase in energy cost, lower speed, but you need more energy to pass. Reduce in cardiorespiratory reserve and the response rate. In neuro, there is tremor, there is decreased tone, decreased strength, decreased intestinal tone, bladder disease. So how do you assess? You have to assess the level of functioning in terms of activities of daily living. What is this? Nothing. You all got up and came here. Just think what all you did. You woke up, turned on the bed, sat down, went and brushed your teeth, talk to somebody, give me this for breakfast, there's communication, dressing, bathing, eating, these are the activities of daily living. You think it is easy at age till 60, 65. After 65, it starts progressively decreasing. Functional independence measures are there. There are gait labs to assess your gait and suggest improvement. Dementia, depression, and motivation are areas which we have never really looked into or understood. And medication. 68 or 70-year-old man, diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, APA, chronic kidney disease, osteoarthritis, Parkinson's, benign hypertrophy of the prostate, glaucoma, loss of hearing, David. Now, this man is eating 23 to 30 tablets. Please, the pharmacologist should go and think back. What is the pharmacokinetics or dynamics when somebody is doing all that? This has never been assessed. And we have to recognize these multiple interacting conditions. The pitfall to the elderly. What up? At 65, 103 people fall. More than 72 fall every 2 years. Over 80 probably every year. 20% result in injury, 90% are hit, paralysis and so on. Immobilization leads to deterioration. And then there is fear of future falls. Isolation, you cannot go out. So these are the issues. So the key point to address: mobility and use of mobility aids, fall prevention, activity of daily living and independent living, polypharmacy, cognitive issues. This is ignored, and the quality of life. So the take-home message: avoid immobilization, encourage socialization and stimulation, assess cognition, review and reduce relationships, and when possible, environmental modification, use of grab rails and bathrooms, non-skid surfaces, improve lighting, prevention, treatments and rehabilitation of geriatric patients. While most of the people here, the super specialists and various specialties are adding years to life, the PMR specialist can add life to those years. With these words, I thank you all for patient privilege. If anybody has any questions, then they can, either over lunch, they can ask me the questions, or they can email me or call me up on the phone. I'm always available for anybody who wishes to learn anything more about the specialty or about their own personal condition. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very graceful people able to make clear everything, and especially a great review.
Thank you so much, sir. For quickly switching over from pediatric pathology to geriatric rehabilitation, the academic program has covered all this spectrum. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Renugopal and Dr. Nalini to present the certificate for Dr. Raman. Again, I'd like to thank the chairperson, Dr. Nalini and Dr. Renugopal, and Dr. B. Ramachandran for their insightful speech. For sharing the next talk, I would like to call upon to the stage Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Nirupama, and Dr. Subhashini. The next talk will be by Dr. Ramamurthy, Chairman of I Foundation in Coimbatore. For that, I would like to request Dr. Ramesh to give an introduction to Dr. Ramamurthy.
Good morning. and welcome. I think a very interesting opening on a field which will be very exciting because officer, specifically for the MBBS students. I'm going to introduce our golden batch. Dr. Ramamurthy, because of courage from JIPMER, then stepped into the best institute, that is RP Center for this organization. He then comes down south. He goes to Shankar Meghalaya, which was one of the biggest institutes at that point of time. Did video retina fellowship, something which was not popular but a unique field. Then goes to Coimbatore and starts this practice as a solo practitioner. His practice from a general ophthalmologist to a specific video retina over a period of 25 plus years, he went with the technology. He is one of those persons when I started my residency in JIPMER in 2004. In 2004 and 5, we had a CME. At that time, when I read his CV, I was awed by it. The CV said he was the highest multifocal lens at the beginning of that time. He was the person who was implanted the highest in Asia. In refractive surgery, again, he was highest in Asia. So, person who trained in video retina jumping into refractive moved along with this. If you look at his CV, you probably know that he has won every possible award. He sent a short CV to Sri Lanka. It was on one page. His award would possibly cross one page. He has achieved, he is basically one of the something called KOA, that is key opinion leaders in refractive surgery. He is one of those key opinion leaders of the world in the practice of refractive surgery. So his awards would include the best of everything. He has an achievement award from American Academy of Ophthalmology, again an award from Asia Pacific Society, multiple awards from Indian Ophthalmology, Indian All India Association of Ophthalmology. Interestingly, he started growing up with AIOS. He became the chairman of the scientific committee, and he was the president, a former president of All India Ophthalmic Society. Then that's Dr. Ramo. Sir, can you please start?
Chairperson, the member friends, Ramesh, Anurag, and Subhashini, and dignitaries of the dais, my golden batchmates, youngsters, friends. It's truly an honor to be here today, standing in front of you, representing my golden batch. They are brilliant guys, and I was not really in the cream of that batch. And to talk on behalf of them, that itself I consider a great honor. And it's difficult to imagine that we passed through the portals of this hallowed institution 50 years back. Yesterday, when I went to the ophthalmology department and then spent time with my friends, I almost appeared that time had just stood still and nothing had changed. But obviously, things had changed a lot. And what I'm going to take you through is my journey after leaving JIPMER. Obviously, my good friend Ramesh and Magic has already taken you through some details of our batch. I'm not going to bore you with details of ophthalmology, but maybe the lessons in life that I learned, which might possibly resonate with some of the seniors over here, and may have been meaningful to the youngsters who are seated there. Some of the things I say might appear a little self-regulatory, but it might be because they have to put things in the right context. So I have essentially divided my talk into 10 parts. And basically, this is where I started, not in Coimbatore, but this small place here in Tirupur. This was after it became a hospital. This was just a 200 square feet. This was just a 200 square feet space where I started the clinic. But relentless effort, and slowly we have built on, and now we are present in Western Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and offering about 5 lakh square feet of space just devoted to ophthalmology. So how did this change happen? Not overnight. Two people whom I believe strongly, whom I have followed with great interest, as you can see here, Sri Narayan Murthy, Chairman Emeritus of INFOSIS, and Dr. S. Emeritus Chairman of Shakti earlier. This picture was taken when my main hospital in Bangalore was inaugurated about 2 decades back. The lady in the right is Dr. Vasanti Badina. Simple persons with humble beginnings, and they, according to their own vision, were not the best in the battle, though they were well equipped to perform what they had to. But what they had in common was a relentless pursuit for excellence, and that is what led to the position they reached. And it's important that you dream big, but having dreamed, you also have to strive hard to achieve it. And that is something that I have learned from them and constantly try to do that. The multiple studies that will show you, multiple market analysis which will show you why you should not be doing a certain thing. Very rarely it tells you why you should be doing it. And can anybody remember when the times are not hard and money not scarce? I have heard of several friends of mine who thought of opening up a nice center, a nice hospital in their own town. And because they were told that the cost was too high, the patients could not afford it, they stepped back. And 5 years later, one of the chains that Johnny come lately comes in there and opens a hospital right then, there and then, and flourishes. That's an opportunity lost. So more than market surveys, analysis, etc. is important, but it's extremely important that you go by your gut feeling. As far as you know this is going to succeed, you are willing to take certain calculated risks. That's when you make progress in life. These are not my hospitals. Often erroneous to think that life lies in only the metropolitan cities. These are excellent ophthalmic hospitals. I have one in Tirupur, but what we have in Jorhat, Udupi, Barapur, Dehradun, Chitrakoot. And these are not just renowned in India, but world over they are well known. They are doing excellent quality work, not just in volumes, but also in the quality of work that they do and the kind of publications that come out of this. So obviously, you as youngsters should not be just focused on the larger metropolitan cities alone, but go on to the Tier 3, Tier 4 cities. I personally believe that if I stop on to Delhi or Chennai, I may not have grown this much, but the fact that I started out in Tirupur helped me to scale up in a much more calculated manner. Obviously, if you see this picture, the 4 ladies on the front are easy on the eye, but then the one we are going to remember with this picture is the one at the back. That's simply because she's different. And differentiation is extremely important as far as growth in any field of medicine or any field of life itself is concerned. And the secret of business is to know something that nobody else knows, said Aristotle Onassis, whose claim to fame not lies only in the fact that he married Jacqueline Onassis, but also the fact that he was one of the most successful shipping tycoons. This is something we have always tried to do, and this was just when I was out, started out my practice. That's a fluorescein angiography and a gag laser machine, a fundus camera. Yesterday was very impressed to see that the eye department of JIPMER is equipped with all these latest of gadgets. This is what we had about 35 years back. At that time, this was something absolutely new. This was not just available in Chennai and Madurai. You can see the then Deputy Chief Minister and Education Minister coming over to inaugurate this. It's simply because this brought in a new technology to the area which I practice. It was in 1997 that Alumni Hospital, which is a behemoth, people for whom I have the greatest respect and regard and for whom we have an excellent relationship, came to Coimbatore. And people told me this time for me to leave the city because once they come into practice, you're not going to have a place to place there. But that's exactly the year that we went ahead and invested about $500,000. That time it was 40 rupees to a dollar to invest in a refractive surgery LASIK suit that's available in our department also today. And it was considered a big folly, but we went ahead and took the risk, and that's Dr. Michael Noss, who came from Germany, because there was hardly anybody doing it in India. At that time, it was the second installation in India, who came to train us in this technology. But the fact that we had this LASIK technology allowed us to attract patients not just for refractive surgery, But patients came to us for a cataract surgery, for treatment of the diabetic retinopathy, or just a simple refraction. That's simply because we could differentiate ourselves and offer something more than what the neighboring hospital did. And it did not just stop there. As we grew along, year on year, we had to come up with something innovative. It's not that each time a new technology comes in, you have to go ahead and invest it. Sometimes the best way to double your money is to hold it once and keep it in your pocket. But once it's a proven technology, once you get a lay on it, it's important that you go ahead and acquire it. And I believe a lot of our growth has been because we have been trying to practice the ophthalmology at its frontiers. And that's how most hospitals, whether it's been in ophthalmology or in any branch of medicine, flourishes, progresses, and makes an impact. And this is a very favorite quote of mine: pay peanuts and you get monkeys. It applies not just to personnel, to infrastructure, to equipment, to instruments. If you want the right quality, you have to pay the right price for it. But the converse is not necessarily true. Just because you are paying a high price, that doesn't mean that you are ensured of quality. So my constant endeavor, my constant challenge is to identify the right quality and pay the right price for the same, so that I get the money's worth as far as the investment is concerned for any particular venture, be it a personnel or infrastructure or instrument. Once you get that formula right, and it is something you acquire over a period of years, then obviously you can be quite successful. I think Madam Nalini also mentioned today, once swallow doesn't make a summer. And a team will outperform a group of individuals every time. No general will win a war fighting in the world. What I value most, what's most important to me is not the buildings we have built, not the equipments that we have, but the team that we have managed to put together over the years. This picture was taken about 15 years back. Now we have about 80 consultants and 1,200 individuals. But to keep them motivated, to keep them involved, to believe, have a self-belief, to think that they have a growth path within the organization and share the vision of the organization is the greatest challenge and opportunity. We are constantly striving to do that day in and day out at various levels. And once we are able to establish a good team which trusts you, which believes in their growth lies with the growth of the institution, your job is done. As again, very happy to see the kind of infrastructure, the kind of team that the ophthalmology department in JIPMER is presently having. These facets, what I'm mentioning, is not just for a big private practice or something, but applies to each and every aspect of medical practice, whether you are an individual practitioner or serving a government institution, or you are working in a corporate institution. This perhaps is the most important slide in my entire presentation. Whenever you are investing a lot, often there is a temptation to cut corners, and because we need quick money recovery of investment. But you just have to look around. The best hospitals, the best centers have flourished because they have had integrity ingrained in their DNA. So basically, I would just like to highlight this with a small anecdote. Two gentlemen with a 5-year-old child got into the bus. The law of the land was that the child was more than 5 years old, you have to buy a ticket. The conductor came, the father said that 2.5 tickets have got it. And immediately the friend turned around. Why did you do this? I mean, he looks so small. But I just said he's 4 years. The conductor would have never known. He said the conductor would not have known, but my child would have known. So I think there's a very important lesson in that, in the sense that you are constantly being watched by your peers, by your children, by your spouse, by your competition. And if you expect integrity or honesty from them, you have to lead them by example. I'm no Gandhian. I do not practice honesty just because we taught in Lister theatre to me. But it's simply because I think it's what works. If you lie, it's extremely difficult to remember exactly what you said and repeat it over and over again. But if you're honest to yourself and all around you, people trust you completely and willing to put their life for you. And I think this is something that I've learned works extremely well for us. Customer delight. We have grown, we are reached to be a big size, but even today, what matters, there is some amount of publicity that we do, both in digital media, electronic media, etc. But it is the word of mouth satisfaction of the patient which leads to the growth of any individual or any institution. And it happens not just for the most complicated surgeries, but even a good refraction that's done in ophthalmology. The patient goes out with a good pair of glasses, they're extremely happy. There are oftentimes situations when an 8-year-old is prescribed the first pair of glasses. The parents want to meet me in the middle of a busy practice and find out whether it's the end of the world. So if I just refuse to meet them, that they are not going to have much faith in me. But I take the time out, explain to them this ways and means of keeping it under control, we can take care of when the child is 18. Please go ahead and encourage him to do all that the child of this age will do. Once I do that, I gain the trust of the family. The father brings his mother for cataract surgery, his uncle for laser, and his daughter for laser refractive surgery. So I think it's extremely important. Customer delight is something you constantly focus on. And again, failures are something that I've always learned from. Almost 22 years back, we established a small outreach in eye department in a very good hospital in Patami, a small city in Kerala. Did not work. We stayed there for about a couple of years, then cut our losses, closed our branch, and came back. So that was a very important lesson for us because we learned that what is not going to work for us, and this is something that I have not repeated again in the years that follow. I think there is always a lesson to be learned from each failure that you face, whether it's in surgery, medical management, or a clinical decision, or something that is connected to your evolution of your practice. As was said earlier, I have been the chairman scientific committee of India Institute of Ophthalmic Society. Been also with it to be a president. But I think these are extremely important to round off my not just my CV, but my outlook towards life and the great experience that I had, and not just interacting with ophthalmologists in India, but abroad. And it's I'm sure many of my colleagues, many of the seniors, many of my have gone through a similar experience. So often I have been asked, we have such a busy practice, you have to manage hospitals, why waste time on these things. But I do believe that if you have the will, you have the drive to do it, you will always find time to do whatever that needs to be done in any sphere of life. The final slide, I think it's important that you have to constantly strive to get better. The ophthalmology is so rampant all over in Coimbatore, we throw a stone and invariably enter ophthalmologists. And I have no control over the progress that these ophthalmologists make, the kind of instrumentation they bring in, the kind of their expertise they bring in. I'm telling you, they're excellent, and quite a few of them are doing very well. But what I look at is how is my performance? What was the performance of each of my centers, the number of surgeries that we perform, the number of publications that went out of my institution, and how we can do one better on that. As I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, usually we aim at a 15 to 20% growth year on year, month based on the previous year's month, not just based upon the metrics of economic metrics, but also on the volumes of quality of surgery, etc. that we do. And once I'm able to convince my consultant that's the target that we need to aim at, most often they end up achieving. So it's get better or get better has always been the mantra that I follow. This is not a message, this is not one of the advice, but this is my final message. About a decade back, I was having lunch with a very good friend of mine based over Bangalore, who used to practice just 4 days in a week, doing 4 surgeries per day. Extremely competent surgeon, a very well-known figure, and he had almost a couple of months waiting list for surgeries. During lunch, I asked him, his name was also Ram, expanded to something else. Why do you do this? Why can't you do work a little more? Why do you just confine to 4 days a week, 4 half days a week? Why do you expand? You can do so many more surgeries, you'll be much better known. You're wasting your time. He said, if I work more than 4 days a week, 4 half days a week, I believe I will be wasting my time. Working just what I'm doing right now is quite adequate for me, for my family, for them to take care, whatever they want to do. I enjoy my holidays, I enjoy my golf, I enjoy my music, and that's the way it has lived on. I've continued to work, and even today, I'm not sure who has led a better life, it or me. So my final message is not to tell you that you have to go out there and build institutions. Do whatever is comfortable for you. It's one life that you have, live it size. Do what will give you satisfaction, and at the end of the day, when you feel that you have lived your life effectively and enjoy every minute of it. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for that inspiring talk and life lessons. Despite your busy schedule, you always take time for academics and you teach your juniors and guide them. And we have learned a lot from your instruction courses and surgical pearls that you continue sharing with every day. So thank you, sir. We are honored by your presence.
Thank you, sir. Quite a very inspiring speech. I think the youngsters would have learned some life lessons from you. And we always look upon you since the time we all became ophthalmologists and we have seen you in the conferences, how such a great orator you are. And today I thought you were a little slow. Otherwise, I have always seen you in the conferences, how quickly you present and keep up your time. So, and we always look upon you and such world class eye hospitals, state of the art hospitals you have built. And it's so really inspiring. And your children also are doing so well. So it's nice to see they all doing well. So it's very nice that that you have come over here and given such a beautiful speech.
Thanks a lot, sir. I would like to thank our chairpersons for the speech, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Nirupama, and Dr. Subhashi. I would also like to request them to present a certificate to Dr. Ramamurthy. Our next talk will be by Dr. Shaker, a pediatric critical care medicine in Pittsburgh, USA, for which I would like to call upon the chairpersons, Dr. Narayan and Dr. Aditya. I would like to request Dr. Narayan to introduce Dr. Shaker.
Good afternoon. So I'm introducing second eminent personality today. Dr. Shaker is well known to all of us. Sir belongs to the 1973 batch when BBS here. I wanted for Madam, sir was born 3 years, started MBBS 3 years before I was born. And he, after finishing his MBBS training here, he went to the US and he did the residency in pediatrics followed by pediatric critical care. So pediatric critical care was not even born that time. It was not a branch. Not even in US. So sir is one of the pioneers of pediatric critical care here in US. Sir spent 40 years of his career in Pittsburgh. He's a professor and great researcher, having more than 100 publications in Pittsburgh. Apart from being a pioneering pediatric critical care person in the US, the connection to India is far more well known to me as personally, because all the stalwarts of pediatric critical care in India right now, starting from Dr. Smith's, name anybody, they all consider Dr. Shaker as their mentor and they all look up to him. our national conference in critical care in India is having several duties this year. Out of the 25 years of this conference, every national conference, 23 of them, Dr. Shekhar have come and contributed to the development of the specialty in the country. In every debate, every discussion, the entire critical care community in India considers Dr. Shekhar's words of last word. And his son contributes so much to academic programs, even from US. Most of the important academic programs in the countries are joints over Zoom or all those platforms and delivers lectures in space. In fact, the entire fraternity is thankful to serve for his contribution in India. We are greatly honored to have him here today. Sir, we welcome you. I'm sure it'll be a treat to listen to you. I have a number of talks.
So when you get that I don't have to.
So I don't have slides. So I'm just going to, as they say in the US, wing it, because I don't have anything specifically prepared. But as I heard Dr. Nalini talking and others talking, I thought I would share with you a Sanskrit verse about the guru. It says, Ajnana Timirambasya, Jnana Jana Shalakaya, Chakshurum Militam, Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Roughly translated, it says, Ajnanam is ignorance, Timira is darkness, and Andam is blindness. And a guru is one who uses the tool like a cream on your eyes to open using knowledge. So the word guru actually means guru is blindness or ignorance, and guru is the one who shows the dispels. So I was fortunate in to have absolutely fantastic teacher. So if I'm whatever I am today is because of that. And so I went to the US in 1981. Soon after I finished my MBA, I did not do an MBA. Okay, you want me to walk around? Okay, I'll walk around. I prefer that actually.
Sit on a chair, sir.
No chair. No. I've been sitting all day. No. I'll stand. I'm not that frail that I cannot walk around. So I left JIPMER in 1981. Most of my seniors and all, they know me through sports. So I used to play a lot of sports here. My friend Magic was talking about rehabilitation. And I'm actually a beneficiary of, at that time, physical therapist. Because in 1979, in one of the football tournaments, I had a really bad ACL injury. And I thought there was no way I could play any sports because I couldn't walk that much. And I had to wear crutches. I had to use crutches, and my leg had become very weak. So I thought, wow, my sports career is gone. But he said, no way. Said, okay, you cannot play football anymore, that's okay, but I'm going to make you play other games. So every day, lunchtime, he would take time out of his lunchtime and work with me. And I was able to play hockey for the next couple of years that I was in JIPMER. So the benefit of rehabilitation, I understood that right from there. So once I went to the US, I did pediatrics for 3 years in New Jersey. Then I went to Pittsburgh, where I did my pediatric intensive care fellowship. At that time, like Dr. Narayanan said, pediatric intensive care was not considered a subspecialty by the American Board of Pediatrics, because there were many people practicing pediatric intensive care, anesthesiologists, cardiologists, and others. So they didn't think, oh, we didn't need a subspecialty of pediatric intensive care. But when we joined pediatric intensive care fellowship, we were aware that our mentors were petitioning the American Board of Pediatrics to make it a formal fellowship.
So like he said, I was in sort of the early parts of the development of pediatric intensive care in the US. I had fantastic teachers in pediatric intensive care, and I just stayed in Children's Hospital Pittsburgh all these years. It's almost 40 years. Next year, June 2024, it will be exactly 40 years that I have gone to Pittsburgh. My association with pediatric intensive care in India started about 23 years ago. The second pediatric intensive care conference was held in Chandigarh by Dr. Singh. So he had invited me, and at that time there were only, I think, a handful of actually what I would consider pediatric intensive care units where the people knew how to practice pediatric intensive care. One was in Chennai, that was Kanchi Kamakodi Child Trust Hospital. One was Gangaram Hospital in Delhi. Chandigarh, Dr. Singhi had started his own pediatric intensive care. I would consider actually Dr. Singhi as the father of pediatric intensive care in India. He started when there was nothing, and he had a fantastic unit, and the research output from that at that time, 23 years ago, was just absolutely amazing. But this was a core group, and we all met for lunch during the meeting, and we said they were telling me about their interest in starting a training program in pediatric intensive care. So we sat and we talked, and every year that I would come, we would build on it. And we first started with a 1-year certificate program. And we wrote down the rules about who can actually train these people, because you need to have good teachers, you need to have good volume of patients in the unit. With that first year, that was about maybe 19 years ago. And the first exam was held in Surat. There were 4 candidates. All 4 of them are doing extremely well. In fact, one of them is like a world-class renal replacement therapy expert. Bit closer, okay. Can you hear me? Is there anybody sleeping in the last row there? Like we used to do in lectures. So Surat was the first exam, and there were 4 of them. Akash, if you look up his works in Google, he's now an expert in renal replacement therapy. Even though he's a pediatric intensivist, he's not a nephrologist, but he's now an expert in the intensive care use of dialysis and plasma exchange. He's done really well for himself, that first time. Since then, I've been involved basically trying to help. My role is a very small one, trying to help with whatever is being done in the US. I give them our curriculum and all that. So now we have a 2-year program. We also now have a 3-year program. Now we have a DM program. DM program is only right now, I think Chandigarh and it's also happened. So that is remarkable. In 19 years, pediatric intensive care has progressed absolutely fantastic. So one of the things I want to share with the students here is, I don't know why, but Dr. Chandrasekhar, during one rounds, he said, you guys, when you finish your career, you have to leave something behind that is recognized as your contribution to the literature. I don't know what, so many other things he taught me, but for some reason that stuck in my brain. So I've been trying all my years to try to see if I can contribute something to the pediatric literature, pediatric critical care literature, that somebody can look at it and say, oh, Shekhar is the one who did this. I'm still trying. A few more years left in me. So I'm 67 now, but physically I can probably do for many more years pediatric critical care. But I think there's a time probably I will slow down. And so that has basically been my journey. For me, JIPMER was more or less like a Gurukula. You know, the teachers took actually personal interest in me. There was one time I was sick, I didn't attend class. The professor
actually noticed that I was not in class and I was walking near my hostel and he could tell that I was sick. And he came to me, put his hand around my shoulder and he said, "Are you doing okay? I didn't see you in class today." And I was flabbergasted that he actually noticed my absence so to me, all the teaching was personal. All the teachers took personal interest in making sure that you actually learned the subject, not just they teach you. They actually made sure that you learn the subject. So as far as JIPMER is concerned, the name of JIPMER, you go anywhere, you are respected because of your predecessors. And one good example was Yagiraman. Yagiraman went and did internal medicine residency in a hospital in New York. Because of how well he did, they didn't even interview candidates from JIPMER. Application, JIPMER, no interview, you got into the residency. That program director was so impressed with the training from JIPMER that he was able to do that. Obviously, unfortunately, he quit that program after that, he ran away. So my point is, this is a fantastic foundation for you to build a career. What you do with it is yours, like Ramamurthy said, you have to put in the effort. You can't blame anybody else except for you. If you put in the effort, guaranteed you will be successful. Because the foundation here is so strong, there is no other way except to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable experience and words of wisdom. I'm sure it would have inspired those information. The pediatric critical care is backbone in any pediatric center. If it is strong, the pediatricians, especially the pediatric trainees, will be confident in what they are doing in a day-to-day. Thank you.
I thank the chairpersons, Dr. Narayan and Dr. Alumni for sharing the session and delighted to request them to give a certificate to Dr. Shekhar. So with that, we come to the end of the speeches by the Golden Jubilee Batch, 1973. It's been a really heartwarming experience for all of us, to listen to all your life lessons and your college life experiences. And of course, JIPMER really transforms this a lot. It's not just apart from providing, like state-of-the-art facilities for academics, it also molds us into a complete all-round human being, with all the other skills which you learn out here, like whether it comes to literary events, cultural events, sports events, whatever. So we, the current executive batch of JIPMER, we are really glad to tell to all of you that we'll be organizing Spandan this month from the 28th of August to the 3rd of September. So all the alumni will be in and around town. So we request all of you so we invite all of you to please come and grace the event and relive your experience of Spandan. And we've been working really hard for this Spandan, and we're sure that we'll do a really great job. Apart from that, we'd also like to request all of you to give in some contributions if possible. So we all know what a special place Spandan has in all our hearts. So your contributions would really mean a lot to us. We have a counter at the reception desk where you can contribute or donate any amount. But yeah, with that, moving forward, now we'll have few speeches from the batch of 1998. So with that, I'd like to call upon to the stage Dr. Vikas Menon to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's such a privilege to be here on stage amidst
my former teachers, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all my batchmates when I do this. It's such a privilege for all of us to be here with you all, and I would request Dr. Smita to please join me on stage here. And yeah, we're speaking on behalf of our batchmates. So it's such a privilege because we are here, what we are because of our teachers. So, in the interest of time, we get to the program. So, I'm, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Alumni. He's a consultant dermatologist for the past 7 years at the Physicians Clinic of Iowa, a multi-specialty center of excellence, serving Iowa for the past 25 years. He specializes in musculoskeletal, ultrasound, and yet and interest. He loves solving complex medical problems. And V for Vijay, V for versatile, was also the co-recipient of the best outgoing all-rounder from our batch, and one of my best mates, not only because we were succeeding numbers of the whole column. So over to Vijay.
Okay, everyone, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk in front of mentors or friends. And some of them are like family to me. So without further ado, I'll start my talk. My topic is Chronicles of the Zebra Dog, and I'll talk a little bit about why I almost I have no financial disclosure. A little bit about me. I am a consultant in rheumatology for the Physicians Clinic of Iowa and Cedar Rapids. It's a multi-specialty group practice where you deal with autoimmune and autoinflammatory conditions. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I've done. After my MBBS, I did public health at the University of Texas in Houston for a short while, and then I did my residency in Kansas City. After which I went to New York to work as an academic hospitals for about 5 years. And then rheumatology brought me back to the Midwest when I trained at the University of Iowa for 2 years. For the past 7 years, I've been practicing at the company. These are a few slides about what I've done in my JIPMER days. I played volleyball, soccer, definitely my favorite sport, table tennis or JIPMER. This is about me, my achievements during fellowship. We won the Knowledge Bowl for 2 years in a row. Even as a first year, we went on to defeat the Knowledge Bowl is a Jeopardy contest held by the American College of Rheumatology, where teams from all over the world, not just America, compete. It's like a quiz contest, and I have been an avid quizzer in JIPMER. I was successful even after my different days. And of course, the other picture shows the biggest achievement during my fellowship. My son Bihan, who is 7.5 years old now, and that's my wife, Lydia, who's an endocrinologist in City. Okay, later of my talk, the introduction is going to be only a couple of minutes. I'll present a case for 5 minutes and try to wrap it up in 3 minutes. So I want to thank my fellow presenters for cutting a little slack because it's a little more than 8 minutes. All right, so this is an interesting slide. When you hear hoofbeats, think of horses, not zebras. This is what Dr. Woodward, academician of the University of Maryland in the 1940s, had mentioned. What he was trying to advise us was think about common conditions first before you think about a rare condition. Now, what is rheumatology? Rheumatology is the branch of medicine associated with the diagnosis and management of systemic autoimmune disorders and systemic autoinflammatory disorders of the connective tissue. Now, why is the rheumatologist considered a zebra doctor? Well, the primary doctor has already thought about horses or other ungulates, cows or oxen, before considering a rare animal like a zebra. That's why rheumatologists are sometimes considered zebra doctors. Now, what are the occupational hazards of zebra hunting? Well, the first and foremost hazard is to forget that patients are people first and not cases. I mean, humanism medicine has changed over the years, and we are not to treat every case as unique, irrespective of whether it's rare or common. The other consequence, which is not talked about as much, but should be mentioned, is that when we look for rare conditions, we sometimes order investigations which are not necessarily warranted, and there's a cost that's associated with that. So one should be mindful of that before ordering lab tests and investigations accordingly. And last but not the least, one has to remember that the uncommon manifestation of a common disease is more common than the common manifestation of a rare disorder. So, without wasting further time, I would like to discuss a short case. I will start with the best of my ability and refer the questions related to that maybe after all. The chief complaint was fever.
Say something. So can
There was
you
a 3-year-old lady with multiple comorbidities, it's related to hypertension, COPD, atrial fibrillation, who presented worse medical symptoms, severe habits, and complaints of fever and chills for a couple of weeks. He was thought of rest for 5 days.
after this?
I mean, she had chills and sweating for 3 weeks. She had documented fever both at home and at the time of admission. It's quite getting acetaminophen from 650 milligrams sounds small. She had shortened the breath for 5 days, but you have to keep in mind that she had cardioversion for atrial fibrillation about a few days prior to admission. She didn't really have any chest pain. She has chronic cough from COPD, no significant change from prior. There was no rash at the time of admission, no redness or swelling of joints. And I mentioned this because I'm a rheumatologist. I always look for red swollen joints in patients who come to see them. Now, the chest X-ray was negative for infiltrate. CT of the chest was negative for PE, but the CT did reveal a small right lower lobe infiltrate, suggestive of pneumonia or pneumonitis. The inflammatory markers were significantly elevated. Normal reference range for CRP is less than 500, was 102 milligrams per liter. Serum procalcitonin and lactate levels were elevated at the time of admission. This is something that the emergency room physicians in the US check for when they looking for sepsis. Blood culture and urine culture came back negative subsequently. And she was suspected to have pneumonia. She was placed on IV antibiotics. Infectious disease was consulted in the setting of continued fevers. Also, she was seen by emergency care pulmonology given her COPD and cardiology given her recent cardioversion fibrillation. He developed solvent reflecting colored patches on multiple regions of the body within a week of admission. Initially, they thought she had a drug reaction to one of the antibiotics used because she had a remote history of penicillin allergy. We're not really sure what it was. However, the symptoms did not improve with discontinuation of antibiotics. Extensive workup for infection, including HIV, viral hepatitis, influenza, brucellosis, histoplasmosis, TMD, and certain rare conditions like even acute fever was checked for and they came back negative. A rheumatologist was consulted on day 14 of admission. He had daily fever since then. She did not have any sore throat. She had no oral ulcers, no rash, photosensitivity, or Raynaud's. She did not have any significant morning stiffness. She reports bony enlargement or the small joints of both hands, which can be osteoarthritic and not necessarily inflammatory process. She gives history of intermittent loose stools in the admission, but this could have been very well secondary to the antibiotics that she had received. Now, she has a history of penicillin allergy, but she passed penicillin allergy skin test in this admission to the former smoker. There was no significant pathological history of relevance in this case. So these are hormones, antihypertensives, medications for osteoporosis, hypothyroidism, and COPD. It was also on blood thinner for atrial fibrillation. So on physical exam, she was febrile and tachycardic, but other than that, the rest of the examination was unrelated until I examined the skin. Musculoskeletal exam showed evidence in Bouchard's nose, which are again a common finding in osteoarthritis and nothing to be concerned about. Now, this is what I found on the skin. She had erythematous patches on upper and lower extremities. These were salmon colored and they were non-blanched. Now, initial workup revealed mild leukopenia, but it increased to or it normalized within 2 days of admission. The rest of the blood tests showed mild thrombocytopenia, which also normalized within a week. The only lab of significance was, I would say, insignificant elevation of AST because it was less than twice the upper limit of normal. ALT was within normal limits, alpha was normal as well. Now, inflammatory markers were elevated, like I mentioned. There was a slight elevation of LDH. The serum fibrinogen and triglycerides were not tested in this admission. I'll mention why I even would have checked for these labs later. Bone marrow biopsy was not done. Now, the rheumatological labs of interest, ANA was negative, rheumatoid factor was negative, C3 and C4 are the complement levels that we had checked, but they were within normal limits. Hepatitis B and C serology was non-reactive, and there was no monoclonal protein, and we did the serum immunofixation. Serum ferritin was significantly elevated. Now, serum ferritin is an acute reactant which can go up. We can even go to 3 times the upper limit of normal in the setting of infection. But this elevation was very high, and this is what helped me diagnose the condition. Now, the imaging tests I already mentioned about the CT test, which showed the right curve was infiltrate. The CT abdomen and pelvis showed no organomegaly or lymphadenopathy. Patient did have some pleural effusions by the time the CT abdomen was done. So, does anyone in the audience want to take a guess as to what the differential is, or what could be causing this lady's fevers and rash? I usually pick on a medical student, but I know it's that time of the day that everybody's waiting for lunch. So, in the interest of time, I'll just share my findings here. So, the diagnosis is adult onset Still's disease. Patient had daily fevers. She had the classic salmon colored rash, which is developed at times, but this lady had it for more than a week. And there was elevation of inflammatory markers, which are again non-specific. The elevation of AST is also non-specific, but they meet the Yamaguchi classification criteria, which are classification criteria, but not necessarily diagnostic criteria and diagnosis of this condition. Infiltrate on CT chest is also an interesting finding. It's not a diagnostic criteria for Still's disease, but it has been reported in patients with Still's disease in multiple cases. So we start our lady on prednisone 40 milligrams daily and discharged her home within a couple of days. Subsequently, I placed her on an interleukin-1 inhibitor, anakinra, which is taken as a daily subcutaneous injection. She had significant improvement of rash and fevers. Serum ferritin normalized within a month. Prednisone was tapered over 3 months. The disease reoccurred twice in her when we had tried to stop anakinra after a year and a half. She continues to be asymptomatic on anakinra 100 milligrams subcutaneous injection 3 hours of today. She can become the greatest doctor that she's ever met, and that's really kind of her. What I want to share in this experience of mine is how we need to widen our differential when things don't fit in a pattern, and consider an autoimmune or autoinflammatory process when infectious etiology and cancer are ruled out. So these are some of the other take homes. Consider this is a differential diagnosis in patients with fevers of unknown origin. Although very typical, it can be seen in patients older than 65 years of age. Typically, it's seen in patients in their 30s and 40s. Lung manifestations are quite rare, but they are unheard of. That's why I couldn't publish this in the case before. And again, one should not forget the association of macrophage activation syndrome with adult onset Still's disease. Now, this is autoinflammatory storm, something similar to what we have seen in some of our patients with COVID too. And this is the reason why we would have checked for serum fibrinogen, because they would be having infiltration of not just organs like the liver, but even bone marrow infiltration can happen. So bone marrow biopsy sometimes is done in patients with Still's disease, not to necessarily diagnose this condition, but also to rule out other possibilities like lymphoma and other hematologic malignancies. Now, canakinumab is one of the new medications that have been approved by FDA. This is again an interleukin-1 inhibitor, but it is longer acting, so there's an advantage of not giving it as a daily injection. Any questions for me before I share a couple more slides? Or how are we doing time-wise?
I think we take questions at the end.
Okay, excellent. So there are a couple of acknowledgements. I want to thank my patient for letting me take care of her and learning more about Still's disease. I must admit that lung manifestation of Still's disease was seen by me only one other patient in my limited career of 9 years as a rheumatologist. To my better half, Vidya, and my 7-year-old son, Bihan. To my parents, my maternal grandparents here who live in Guntur. My parents are in Bangalore. My father is an ophthalmologist, and I must thank him for inspiring me to opt for medicine as a career. To my sister, Sirisha, my best friend, brother-in-law Deepak, and my 10-year nephew Rishi, they live in Bangalore. Of course, I have to acknowledge the class of 98. I must mention that everybody in my class, especially, and anybody in my class could have given this talk or a talk in their field of choice. So I must thank them for showing up. Some of them are here to support us. Special thanks to JIPMER Alumni Association, Vikas, Rita, Uday Shankar, and also Srila for the me to this. And this is, of course, they say, I'm not going to talk about how influential mentors are. Professor Sethlaman had made time to meet with me a few years ago and had gifted me a book which I had read during my UC days. And also this is Dr. Peter Leonard. He was my mentor at the University of Iowa. He was supportive of my career in especially musculoskeletal medicine. I'm one of the few people in Iowa who can practice musculoskeletal ultrasound or certified in the ACR. I was fortunate to be honored by the Arthritis Foundation a few years ago before COVID hit us. And I still continue to pursue some of my passions and have in table tennis, I have represented Iowa in the Iowa Games on multiple occasions and also to coordination by competitions. Also, I picked up tennis as a sport right before I left JIPMER. One of my sport speakers, Deepak, was excellent at tennis when I had left JIPMER, but I had more opportunities to play tennis in the US. This is me winning the Midlands in 2019. With this, I would like to thank you all for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nalini, for a wonderful presentation. I admit I couldn't make out much of it, but definitely it was an excellent presentation as such. Alumni truly amazes us always. True to the name of the presentation, there are quite a few zebras in our batch, and he is one who stands up. Could see the amazing things that he does, and still he makes time. As a previous speaker, already said that you have to make time, not just find time. So definitely, and he also has one who maintained the thread in our group and managed to get 43 of us together and goes to Alumni. Thank you very much. Again, it's a pleasure to invite. Yeah, okay. Again, it's my pleasure to invite.
Actually, Dr. Srinivasan wants to say two words actually. He has to just want to.
Hello, can I talk now?
Yes, sir, you can.
Yeah. It's really a great pleasure to watch the speakers. Dr. Shekhar Venkatraman, pediatric intensivist from USA, now Aluri, great eminent medicine, and he is a great tennis player, and I'm happy that he showed the tennis. His son is also playing tennis, so it is great to see, and it's my pleasure to wish Dr. Nalini, who has been felicitated today for her achievement as a Padma Shri. I'm thanking you that you invited her and congratulated her for her achievement. She is doing such a wonderful job. And I wish all the faculty members who are sitting there in the gallery, in the first row, in second row, and all the batches, both the batches and others who are assembled and their family who accompanied them. So it's a wonderful thing. Of course, unfortunately, most of the times during this particular time, I have to come to be with my grandchildren for a vacation in USA. So I miss the opportunity of meeting personally. But thanks, it has been Zoomed. And then I could see Dr. Ramesh and the ophthalmology team sitting and then welcoming them. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to meet all of you and see you in the podium. So all the teachers of JIPMER, of course, recent incident is a little upsetting, but I'm sure it will be taken care of by appropriate law and order. I saw the message sent by people, and Dr. Vijay Femita, and of course your dance was phenomenal. Okay, I'm happy that I could see some of the pictures you have sent. So wish you all the best. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to address you and all the batches. I wish you all the best and more progress in your career, and keep in touch with all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, again, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Nivedita. She's my best friend from school. We studied together in college together. And after all the years, it was hard work, grit, and determination. We know her for that has taken her in a different track, moving out of her comfort zones and establishing herself in her field now. She's currently the assistant professor of biomedical engineering at IIT Bombay, specializing in human motor neurophysiology and non-invasive neuromodulation. The rest of it, she will be here to walk us through the agenda.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to represent the batch of 1998. And thank you very much for this opportunity. And also, I'm very humbled to stand in front of my teachers. This is an attempt to just take you through my journey from where I left JIPMER in 2013. So I decided to talk about this because I think it is time that the MBA students also get to know where the world is moving towards interdisciplinary careers. So every time I meet somebody, the first question I'm faced with is, why did you quit clinical medicine? I completely did not quit. So I don't agree with that. But part of it is very difficult to quit after you have had teachers like this. But I think it's I just tell them that it just happened. Today I decided to say how it all happened. So that is what I want to slightly elaborate on. So that and I think it did not happen overnight or over one decision. It is a series of decisions that started 25 years ago that brought me to this point here today. So the first thing, I think there are two ways we can make decisions. One is you know what you want to do very clearly and you just go for it. Very easy and simple. But I think majority of us, including me, did not know what I really wanted. And at that point of time, what helped in decision making was to make clear what I did not want for sure. So that was an easier way to make my decisions. The first time I had to make this decision was 25 years ago after class 10. That was an easy choice, medicine or engineering, because the options were binded at that point. And because I did not want to do engineering, I chose medicine. That was the easiest. Like 5.5 years later, again, I'm faced with this at this point. Now it's not easy because we have a wide variety of options to choose from. Like what to do. And at that point, again, I chose the same method to make the decision. What I did not want to be. I did not want to do biochemistry. I did not want to be a manager for various reasons. But again, I had to, I'm sorry. But then what I wanted to do was something that was not specific to a field, but I wanted to do something that was very unconventional for me at that point. I don't know what inspired me, but I wanted to do something that was unconventional. And my go-to choice was surgery. And I sat for 1 year prepared for PG entrance. I did not get a good rank to get a surgery seat. At that point of time, I think it was mere coincidence. My father saw this advertisement from IIT Bombay looking for inviting applications for MTech programs in environmental engineering from MBBS graduates. Although I mocked him initially, I thought it was not a bad idea to try this out, because after several months of preparing for the UC entrance, I thought it would be a kind of a different upgrade. So I started revising physics, chemistry, mathematics, basic exam, I cleared the entrance, and there I was at IIT Bombay. So IIT Bombay was a completely different world altogether from the people were different. I was the best of the rare breeds, because one being a female on campus, and second being a medical on campus. But I was not the first one. There were two others, one my professor there, and second a senior of mine. So I knew that, okay, there have been people who've done this before, and it's not going to be good. And then the first few weeks, then I could make a huge difference in the way people thought when you're talking to non-medicals, especially basic scientists and engineers. The way they looked at a particular problem was completely different from how I looked at the same problem. And there was a lot of issues with, putting forth my points and understanding what they actually meant. This, there was something, the link was missing between me and the others. And that is when I thought, was like, this is something that I really like, because, and then the way I had to do things, learn new skills from electronics, building circuits on breadboards, writing codes to identify anomalies, patterns, were all very different, new. I had to put in a lot of hours of work, but then at the end of one semester, I thought it's actually not so bad. Then I thought I could stick to it. I'm not quitting the course. So, but then again, within 2 years, the course is going to get over, and what after MTech. So again, I could not decide what I wanted to do. Then I again went back to my own strategy. I said, okay, I don't want to sit for placement. I don't want to get in the industry. So what do I do next? So that is the only thing. So that is, yeah, I was going to outline it, because these are the two things that I did want: sit for placement, get into industry. That is something that I did not want to do. So then I took the other option was research. So there was this option of going to Germany to do as a student exchange student and do your dissertation project there. So I took this opportunity. I got through the scholarship. I went to Germany. I worked with a neurologist, Dr. who's a neurologist, and was still doing good amount of research. I take it off to do some research. Worked on non-invasive brain stimulation to understand mechanisms of motor control in humans. And there I met, so we worked in the research center in Munich and also at the University Hospital in Aachen. And there I learned a lot. That's the first interaction with clinical research. And that is where I decided there was this huge difference. Like at some point, this was very different from how things used to be. I was not judged incompetent for not uttering the three words, I don't know. It's okay to say I don't know, and because where you find inputs from or the answers to these questions. And I think that was the first point that actually attracted me to move to a career in research. So then, after my master's, now I knew that research is not bad, and this is something that I really want to pursue. For the first time, my decision-making process changed. So now I knew I wanted to do a PhD, and I started working in the Department of Clinical Neurophysiology at the University of Göttingen in Germany with, again, two urologists, Dr. Walter Paulus and Dr. Michael Mitchell. So they were one of the earliest works in advanced brain and direct current stimulation in humans, and also in helping with understanding the physiology. And after my PhD, I was again I had a better picture, and I knew what I wanted to do next. I wanted to do more patient-oriented research and indulge in clinical neurophysiology. And that is when I opted to do my postdoctoral research at the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke at the Human Motor Control section that was headed by, I would say, the Mark. So he is one of the world-renowned neurologists, a very, very down-to-earth person who's trained hundreds of fellows across the globe on movement disorder. And after training with him for 5 years to understand the pathophysiology of movement disorders, I decided now is the time I want to go back. So never I wanted to settle abroad. I don't know for various reasons, but I decided I was ready to come back and set up a lab here in India. So in 2017, I got the India Alliance, the Welcome Plus DBT India Alliance grant, a big grant that would fund me to come back and set up my own independent research lab in India. And after testing the waters at Minhans, Bangalore, and the National Brain Research Center at Gurgaon, I finally settled at IIT Bombay now with a faculty position. This is the brief journey. As you can see, it's not a one-time decision, it's a series of decisions. And I think with time, your decision making will become more informed and better with time. So this is my current group there in IIT Bombay, with 5 PhD students, a few masters, and a few undergraduate interns working with me. So one thing that I wanted to point out is all these people whom I've learned, had my research training with are all neurologists, who not just neurologists, but always had the privilege of devoting a lot of time, more than 50% of their work hours to research, and do a little bit of clinical work on the side. And this is not practically possible, be it in India or anywhere across the world. So especially in India, you have to take a call most of the time, whether you want to devote completely to research or do clinical work, depending on how much time and effort you want to invest. And there are, of course, super doctors, super clinicians who can do both. And we have examples here among us. But for the layman like me, I have to make a decision whether to do clinical work or research. And there are others also. Some of the names are pretty famous and familiar who decided to do research. And we call them clinician. We don't call them clinician scientists, but clinician turned researchers. And you can see that they are all across the country. So they're not known very well, but they're all across the country. They keep achieving a really good amount of output in their research. So, as you can see, one more thing I wanted to say is I do talk to medical students, MBBS students who come to me and ask me, okay, what if I want to do research? So I have to say that the thing that I tell them is doing science is difficult as a career. Doing science anyway, because you don't have a backup, you can't go back to clinical practice. And doing science in India is even more difficult. It is, but if this is what your heart wants, if this is what you want to do, then the process can be very highly rewarding and satisfying. So you have to you have to be convinced that doing this for several years, say 10 years, 20 years, you will still go to work and say life is good. And I'm able to do that today, so I think I've made the right decisions. And I want to also say that these are some students, again, medical graduates from, say, AIIMS and other hospitals in India who have moved towards the research career again. And there are many more. These are only 2 or 3, but these are the people who are trying to reach out to medical graduates who want to look for a career in research. So they have started something like an anonymous.org, which is a very primitive website, but they are trying to reach out to students to say that, okay, if you made a decision at 16, it does not have to be written in school. You always have to look for opportunities, explore other options. And even a small 1 or 2 month summer internship in a research lab could give you an idea of what exactly research entails and whether it would suit you or whether it is what you want to do or whether you can do it for a lifetime.
Next 1 o'clock.
I'm done.
Next level journey, and I would really encourage the youngsters to get in touch with her for those of you who want to explore the road less traveled. So thank you so much for sharing your journey with us. We have 2 more speakers to go because you've done it. So it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Satish Kumar Reddy.
He is a consultant in pediatric anesthesia in KK Women and Children's Hospital, Singapore. But he has had numerous trips abroad, and he was our class representative, the longest serving class representative in Mohammed. Over to you, Satish.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be over here. And I have a bit of imposter syndrome here sitting in front of our esteemed faculty. And also because my CV really extends to just 2 pages. So anyway, JIPMER come in all shapes and forms. I'm just here to talk about how I reach in a place people don't view as a career destination. So I work in Singapore. If we see Singapore, even in the map of Southeast Asia, you can hardly see it. So it's got a red dot. And in the Google Maps, you can see one end of the other, you can reach in about this 40 minutes. So it's a small city with about a 6 million population, third most densely populated country in the world. So how I reached there, so a bit about me, I did my MBBS here and followed by MD in anesthesia in a department which was well ahead of time. Again, because of our esteemed faculty here, Professor Ravi Shankar made sure that we had everything that we needed. So anywhere I went, I never felt that there was something that much new or that much that I didn't know about. So after doing about 1 year of senior residency, at which time I learned an important lesson. So there was a senior from who had done his anesthesia and who had gone to Australia. He had come back and said that he was trying to do the residency there, and they said, okay, can you bring back a bit of a log of your cases, so then maybe you can excuse some of your residency years. So I heard that and I felt that, okay, I'm here, why can't I do that? So I went back to all the theaters. We had a log of all the cases the time we were there. I made a log. At that time, there was no formal logbook. I found a format online. I printed it out and when Dr. Patel, these are cases I have done, and he give it to the signature. He trusted that I was not overstating what I had done, and he signed it. And that had been detailed. So I moved to Hyderabad where my parents were not very sure what I wanted to do. And luckily, I didn't want to go to another medical college after JIPMER. I wanted to explore something different. I wanted to try the dark side of corporate world. But when I went to Apollo, they said, okay, there's a small department, pediatric cardiac. They have vacancy there. I went to work there for some time. Then we shifted to the other world. So I said, okay, why not? It's an easier transition. I went there it was a very small unit. And I was quite lucky there at that point of time. This Alumni program by Andhra government had started. So there were so many patients who were being sponsored by the Andhra government to be done free in Apollo hospital. At the same time, patients from Iraq were coming, post Saddam Hussein. So there were many patients who had not been operated. So we did about 480 cases in the first year and about 200 cath lab cases. And we had a small team accompanied by PhD students. And by the end of 6 months, I could just get up in the middle of the night and put the nights. So I had the confidence then that I could do well in this line, and it's very easy to fall in love with working with children. But slowly I realized there were other DNB, FNB students, diploma students coming there. And I realized they were getting paid more than me just because they had an extra degree. And also, if I wanted to pursue this, I had to show some sort of credentials. So I applied for FNB, I got through, and at the same time, also was applying for courses. I got through JIPMER, in Singapore, the KK Women's and Children's Hospital. Actually called me, I had an interview, and she said she would take me. But I didn't know much about this place because again, most people go to UK or US and know what life there. Luckily, there was a JIPMERite, I think 92 batch, Dr. Vijay Mohan had worked there. I emailed him. Okay, at that point, that was all more of communication. I asked him, is it worth going there? And he said, it's a good department, you learn a bit. But go there and try it out. Now this I have kept to my heart, and whenever any JIPMERite approaches me that I've got a job in Singapore, what do I do? Is it worth coming? If it's anesthesia, obviously I can tell them whether it's good or not. But other departments, I do make an effort to find someone exactly that department who can give them appropriate advice. Some of them have come, and some of them have found that they have been probably used for paperwork, so they're not. So this hopefully juniors can take forward. So after this, I went to Singapore. That's really a very easy place outside. We had good Indian food, but it's almost same as what we have in Pondicherry. And my department also was very friendly. This is my department there. So after a year, I decided to take the Part 1 exam. there, which is very much like the FRCA, sort of anatomy, physiology, a lot of it we are not, had not done in the other teacher. But the years in the first year, we spent weekends, we spent that somewhere imprinted in some remote neurons, and it came quite easily passing these exams. And once I passed, I approached the board over there, saying that, see, I have significant experience in anesthesia. I have a law book, which I can show you. Again, I have what I had done in Apollo, so I had law. I have done your part 1 exam. Why don't you take me as a specialist to me? So I don't know what went behind closed doors. My HOD was very supportive. She met all the other HODs. They came back saying that, okay, you have your work exclusive pediatric. So we let you give the part 2 exam and become specialist, so you have to pass the second part, and you have to work in adult. That means after working about 3 years in pediatric, I had to do adult practice. Now, for a pediatrician who's in a 16-gauge cannula, this seems that it's not suitable for humans. So it was going back to training after many years. It's like going from senior school back to junior school in a different syllabus. So it's many ways easy. You know most of the answers. You know many ways of doing things that others don't know. But in some ways it's tough because you don't know all the answers. There are things that you have never done before. Most teachers will sympathetic. They know that okay, these come from different systems, but there'll always be one of those more people. So there are some dark days, but with the help of family, my family, and also the JIPMER family who were there in simple, I pulled through. So after doing the 3 years of training, I was a consultant over there. These are the other hospitals at located, which are the adult hospitals. After which, again, I was inquired. So 3 years later, again, I went for another fellowship in UK. But this time I had to again give the part 1 exam. So the FRCA part 1. After which I landed in this hospital on beautiful buildings to see. It's at a later point of time when you do things that you already know, it's not easy. I think both mind and body are a bit more rigid. But I would still encourage if people get a chance at a later point of time, there's always something to learn. Especially in the UK where the trust hospitals, so they had good funding. So it's the way you can almost see the way medicine needs to be practiced, where you have the funds and you have the adequate the faculty know how to do things. So you can see exactly the way things to be done. It was a good learning experience. I came back after a very normal story, but again, cut it short. I came back to Singapore where I'm a consultant now. When you go and do things in many places, you learn a lot of things, but when you come back, there are people there who already been there for some time, they have progress. So it's not that you're always better because you go to many places, but you always learn something more. I would say about 90% of what I do is what I learned in the anesthesia in JIPMER. It's just 10% added from the places I have gone to. But it's been a valuable experience. I think probably I'll do it again if I give it a chance. And as I said, apart from my family, this is the JIPMER family that got me through, that we often used to meet. WhatsApp group is called CAT group already. We used to vent to each other, whatever the frustrations we had. And thanks to the JIPMERites and JIPMER and their talking. Thank you very much.
I cannot think that being a class rep and dealing with our batch of 98 gave you the skills to pursue and head it on with the system where you carve your own road. So all the best. Great. Next on to our final speaker, I'm calling on Deepak Louis. He's a neonatologist and an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics and Childhood at the University of Manitoba in Canada. He also specializes in targeted neonatal echocardiography, neonatal hemodynamics, and point of care ultrasound studies. In addition to this clinical expertise, he has a research program that aims to evaluate the impact of preterm individuals on preterm, their families, and the intergenerational effects of prematurity. He lives with his wife and daughter in Winnipeg, and apart from this, he
he's another sort of diva. He loves to play tennis, swim, and listen to music, and still, he's our bachelor.
Thank you, Subhita, for that kind introduction. And as other speakers mentioned, I think it's a great privilege to be here amongst all the great faculty members. We have our teachers, fellow batchmates, students, and seniors who have contributed to our lives in significant way. So the title of my talk is Confessions of a JIPMER working in Canada. And as a disclaimer, I want to just mention that my talk is built from my experience and my wife's experience navigating the system in Canada. So, and we were not people who had the mentality of going abroad in the first place. We went quite further in our training abroad. So it might be a little different from some other people who have pre-decided how can be years out quite early on in their career. So whatever my experience are, definitely take one pinch of salt. And also I'm not an expert in this field. There are a lot of our seniors, faculty members who have much more experience knowing the system abroad. So so as Subhita was mentioning, so right now I work as a neonatologist. It's in a place called Winnipeg in Canada. And usually when I say this, I see a lot of eyebrows going up, known as a lot of that place. And it's a small city. It's as you can see here, it's in the middle of Canada. And it's there are only two big cities in that province called as Manitoba there. And Winnipeg is one of them. It has a population of around 9 lakh. In the whole province, the population of 14 lakhs. It's one of the coldest cities in Canada. The temperatures can go as low as -30, 35. So jokingly, we say that it shouldn't be Winnipeg, it should be called winter. So it's 5 to 6 months of hardcore winter. It's also a place, interestingly, it's also a place where we need the food, the characters coordination, and also the first place where the emergency 911 call number was first used. So these are all good things about Winnipeg. I won't talk about bad things. So yeah, so I work and from a medical standpoint, I think the city is famous for a lot of seminal work has been done on RHI immunization. It was the first place in the entire North America, the first intra-uterine transmission was done. And also a lot of important work on biology of newborn breathing was done in this place. Yeah, so I work here as a neonatologist. Most of my work is clinical, but I work in an ICU. I don't do any clinics. And also I do some research along with that. Some component of my portfolio is education and administration. So I think I don't think I can talk about my life journey without expressing my thanks to all the esteemed faculty as well as engineers and seniors who have influenced all of us in our back and shaped our lives the way that has been now. So I think the last few days we have been meeting with all our batchmates. I think a lot of emotions have been back to us. Very happy to see all of our old batchmates in different corners of the world doing really well. A lot of them in are doing really extremely well. Quite a lot of nostalgia came back to us when we see juniors and they are back to 2000 like 2018, 2019. So that's been good. But also a bit sad that like those times have gone by and we cannot now relive those fantastic days we had. But also quite sad by the fact that we have moved gray hair, a lot of belly fat, as well as the fact that if you do vigorous exercise, suddenly it hurts a lot longer than if you do 25 years. So those are there's a mixed feeling that we all have been going through the last few days. So my journey, so I did MBBS in 98, joined in 98 here, and then I had no plans of going abroad. A lot of my intelligent colleagues I was preparing to go to mostly US at that time, like they just say MBBS. I was planning to practice in India at that time. I went on to do an MBA pediatrics and DME in neurology. And I met my wife during my PhD training in pediatrics at PGI. And once we finished she also did a DM in pediatric oncology. And at that time, she got an opportunity to go to do a fellowship because she wanted some more exposure in pediatric bone marrow transplantation. And she got accepted into a fellowship. And then I didn't have an option. I had to somehow tag along with her. So I applied for a fellowship and I also got into an neonatology fellowship in Canada. So that's how we landed in Canada. And the usual story for people who are not predetermined to go abroad. So usually, as usual, when we are in Canada starting the fellowship, doing the fellowship, in the first 2 years, people would ask, what's your plan after your fellowship? And the routine reply is without even thinking, oh, we are going back to India. You want to practice in India. And around the end of second, third year, that question comes back again. You're not sure. You're still thinking, maybe India, but maybe we might stay back. And then beyond third, fourth year is when, oh, I want to stay. There's no question of going back. So that's how I think the longer we stayed in Canada, I think we like the place, we like the country. So we decided to stay on. But when I look back, I think our training in India, I think those were the most memorable days in all of our lives in our batch, and I'm sure all the other batches maybe as well. We had a lot of camaraderie, we had a lot of fun participating in various activities. I used to be more in sports, not much into literary events. But we had a lot of fun and training, and even to this day, I feel that even during my training, I always used to think that going abroad, US or other places, the training is different, is much better. But I can assure all of you as students here that the training we get in institutes in India like JIPMER, AGE, TGI, they are really world class. There is nothing we are lacking. I think probably we get more experience doing procedures because of the population and the number of patients we have. I think we all should be holding our head high, even if you're going abroad, that our training probably much better than most of the training abroad. And I still cherish those experiences I got when I was in India. So my experience in Canada, it's a mixed bag of feelings that I have. I think abroad probably, I think depending on, I think again with my experience, I working as a neonatologist, I don't do clinics. I work this in an ICU. So I work as an invincible, so I work when I'm working on I'm on a week, and then I get sometimes 1 week off after that, and then I come back again. So I feel like I have a good work-life balance. Whereas my wife is a pediatric oncologist, she has clinics 2 days in a week, so those are days which she has to go now every week. So it's different, and the day of clinic is always, as you all know, it's at least 1.5 to 2 days of work. So that way, I think I'm very happy that I chose intensive care, which is very restricted to those beds in an ICU. I think another thing which I did all along in my career is I was quite interested in doing research. So all along my career, starting from MD, I kept on doing some research, published few papers here and there, not focused on any specific area, but that's something which I kept on doing. And I think abroad, definitely you get in India too as well, but we get a lot of support and funding for research in the US and other places, and sky is the limit. It depends upon how much you want to do research. And also you get definitely recognition like what other places for the work you do. But it's not without challenges. So I think when at this stage there are a lot of challenges you face. So I think racism is quite prevalent, which is something which we hadn't thought about when we decided to go to Canada. I think white people, when they see black people or brown people, I don't know, some gene in their body turns on. And there are racism. Always me and my wife discuss that I always need like a brown or black skin people, if they have to excel, they have to do like 150 or 200% what a white, an equivalent, equally qualified white person has to do. So we always have to do more hard work. We have to show that we are more capable of doing things. We have to show quite a bit. It's also quite challenging to in Canada, especially it's a little bit challenging, especially like people like me who are born later in the later stage of my career. So for example, for me to practice neonatology in my province within 5 years of practicing as a neonatologist, they may make me write exams where I'm trained in psychiatry, trained in obstetrics and gynecology, pediatric medicine, and adult medicine. So it is very frustrating, as Satish also saying that like I'm 15 years beyond my MBBS, and for you to kind of learn all that back and then sit for an exam, there's no relevance to my practice as a neonatologist. So there are some frustrating, stupid rules that they have made, which everyone has to give as doctors there, and even when you land at the later stage, they're not that flexible, and they still make you write those exams. And the other thing is probably is the lack of sense of belonging. So I think some of my closest friends are again my school friends and my batchmates from my BBS or MD times. And even when you're abroad, it's like depending on how early you go, but I think definitely you still feel there's a little bit of a sense of belonging, and you're not one among them. That feeling again comes back here and there. And then traveling to countries like US and Canada, as all of you know, it's a long travel, a lot of flight time. So your family, especially if your parents are old, becomes quite difficult for them to come. And weather, which I already talked about. So if I had a remote where I could press rewind for my life, there are some things which I would do differently again, and then it's something for the next generation. I think if you're planning to go ahead, I think it's as most of you would appreciate the fact. I think the best time is after doing MBBS. If you can decide early on, that would be the most effective intervention. You won't lose too many years of repeating your training or doing other stuff. And I think the other thing which I have seen a lot of students, medical students do abroad is they do a lot of research and they are doing their MBBS, which at least during my time it was not a strong focus, but I think it's changing slowly and more junior people are doing research, tagging along with their faculty and teachers. And I think definitely another instruction if you're planning to land, settle in any particular country, write the exams early on in your MBBS and other basic medical knowledge is fresh and not 20 years down the lane where you have to practice all that. And I think one thing which I also struggled with as was that in India, I think you always say that the most wise people go talk very less, right? Like you always see that your faculty members usually they teach you and educate you. They don't talk a lot, they just give words of wisdom to you. So usually, and even when I went abroad to Canada, the tendency was to keep silent and not talk much. But there, I think you have to do the reverse. The more you know, you have to keep talking. You have to keep talking and convince everyone that okay, you know your stuff, you have your basic foundation in you, and you have to convince them. Otherwise, there's a tendency for them to brush you aside. And then in the same frame, I think also advocate for yourself. You have to strong stand. You have to make sure let others know that you know the stuff. You have enough training and experience, and be confident. You always have a good mentor who can guide you through different stages of your career, and I'm sure it's not difficult for any of us to find mentors anywhere in the world. JIPMERs are all over the world now, US and many countries, so that should be. But I think a good mentor would be quite helpful for you to get opinion from and to get guidance from. And lastly, so that's my photo of my family, my wife and my daughter. And in addition, I think we sometimes don't thank enough, but our parents play a huge role in what we are. They have done a lot of sacrifices in our lives to help us get to where we are right now. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak, for giving us a very candid your journey. And I think the last slide has lots of messages for us, no matter what stages of our professional career we are. So thank you very much for
I think we are doing 1 hour of time. So we'll have next week GB. There was a session for the students to interact with the alumni. I think we have that during our lunch. I request all of you proceed for lunch. All the members, I would like to especially stay here so that we can have this discussion. We have a very important decision to make on our amendment of constitution. So I request everybody to go to one go for lunch. All members like that, please stay back. Let's get going for that.